I have made text objects in the past. Matter of fact, I have a few videos on how to do that. And my most useful text objects that I've made is called Vim. Let's go to some random file and write some example code. Doesn't really matter. We do some if condition, then code, and then we have even more code after. It's a very common thing that you will want to just straight up delete this in if condition, and there's no real convenient way of doing it. You have no guarantee that it will have new lines here, so it could do something like DIP after I actually enable this, sorry. So DIP, you have no such guarantee, and it's pretty unreasonable to expect it. But you can notice that there is a certain motion, a text object in live chat that lets you select around curly brackets. So say I'm even inside of this, I can do VA capital B, or just you can press a curly bracket, but I find that to be a bit more, I don't know, annoying to do, I guess. And here you go. And then you press D to delete, or more realistically, it would be DA capital B, and then DD. That's already good enough, but I disagree, it's not. It's not good enough for me. It's two actions for something that needs to be whole. What if I want to move this if condition to somewhere else? What if I wanted to essentially copy this and paste it somewhere else? Well, if I do it in two actions, I can't do that anymore. Or at least it ends up being pretty annoying. Like, to make this work, what we could do is access register A, then DA capital W, and then access register capital A, DD. And then we can do that. Not even. See, not even. By the way, if you didn't know, you can use the capital letter for a register to append to it instead of overwriting it. It's useful in situations where you don't have a better choice. So in other words, it's not great, or rather I found it kinda annoying to use because the most annoying, the most useful thing that you'll probably want is to be able to append to the system register, and you don't have a way of doing it. So like, well, goddamn, you know? And it's also less mental overhead to just copy things into multiple registers and then paste from there. Because if you ever fuck up in your appending business, well, fuck, now we have to redo all of that shit again, more or less. So, cool feature, not super useful though. Not in my experience. So, what do we do here? How do we delete this if block with code that's inside of it? Well, obviously D2J is the obvious solution, but what if it's like very big? What do we do now? Do we oh, how many? And now we kind of have to go to visual mode. And whenever you have to go to visual mode, you know you're doing something wrong, for the most part. So, what my text object does, it first of all selects around brackets, and then let's go to the top so you can see clearly. It presses capital V, so it selects everything. So it selected everything inside of brackets, as well as the lines of them. And you can use this text object to do something like DIM. It's one action. You can even dot repeat it if you want to. And then you can paste it just like normal. However, I noticed something, and it's the fact that I rely on curly brackets to make this happen. While really, what if I, God forbid, decide to do something in Python, well, now the Vim text object isn't really useful now, is it? Yeah. So, what if I rely on indentation instead? And I can do that because I have a plugin that introduces an indent text object. So VII, and boom, we selected everything that is indented. Then all you really have to do is go down once and go up once. And the way the Vim text object works is that you can change I to A and M to capital M to change the behavior a bit. So if I'm in Python and this ending bracket doesn't exist, no worries, because then you could do something like, I guess, sure, we could do it like VAM. That's not the behavior that I have right now, which is why I'm like having an issue, I guess, with it. Yeah, we could do something like VAM. But basically, what I want to do is create an object that will depend on indentation, not curly brackets. Sounds good? So let's go to my text objects, and here it is. That's the entire code for the text object. So making text objects isn't actually as difficult as it may sound, because the idea of a text object is that you have to somehow select in visual mode the area that you're going to be working on. So we just call the normal command and execute these things to make the selection happen. So let's just, I guess, change it. In terms of how it's going to work, it's going to be a bit silly, just a bit silly. Like, it won't make complete sense, but it will be very usable, you know? So there are a couple of situations. Let's delete everything and say we code if condition, so the thing that we used to have before, code. So VIM will select this just like it does now. Then VAM, now it selects an extra line, but in the new text object it will select one less, which is very counterintuitive to Vim and how things work, because usually when you use A, you get more, not less. So let's actually change it. VAM will do the behavior of VIM, and then we can use VAM to also select this bracket. So effectively, VIM will now select this for Python, for example. And VAM selects this bracket. Now, this makes sense. However, let's think of the situations which are basically how often is that going to be needed, I guess. How often is it that you indent something after something else and there's nothing closing this opening something? You see where I'm going at? So we have one example, Python, something that I do not use. Very important to remember. When you make your own functionality, like a text object or anything really for NeoVim, it's cool that you can see the potential use case for something, but is it really going to be useful to you if it's not useful to you? So I have one example that I'm not going to use really. I don't code in Python, I don't like the language. What else is there? Well, more realistically, let's look at the languages I code in most. Let's rotate this, like this. So, Rust, every indentation is followed by something. Ooh, that's actually a very good point. It's actually kind of often that maybe I want to remove this if statement, but not this line, obviously. Because I then want to change something here to maybe, okay, this is the if statement. Okay, that's actually a very often situation. What happens if I DSI? Arguably a more useful thing. Wait, hold up, what happens? Right, no, a less useful thing. So DSI is a suggested code that you can put in to your config from the NeoVim various text objects plugin that I use. It lets you remove the surrounding lines of an indentation. So delete surrounding indentation pretty much. Or rather, delete what surrounds indentation. Very useful. And that is the inverse of what I want to do. And more specifically, it's the inverse of selecting everything in indentation. So here's this, and then we can DSI to do the opposite. Very convenient. The Vim text object does both. It deletes both, which is like surprising, because I haven't really seen it, like this idea be used/implemented, when really it's so useful, it's so convenient. In other words, yes, I do think that VIM selecting this instead of this by default, it's a good idea. Because that way, I can, instead of the K, which in this case works, but what if I had like a bunch more stuff and I can't see the top screen? Being able to delete up to, see, I don't even know where up to here, turns out, is very helpful. Hold up, let me just check. There's probably a better way of doing this. Let's Z capital J. Yes, there is. Z capital J is not a default thing, by the way. It's in my config so that you can use the VS Code command. Revert. Yes, so Z capital J calls the VS Code command revert selected ranges, and it's very helpful. Yeah, so this is nice. We figured this out, the decision of what we want to do with this. Now, I versus A controls this or this. And I'm still going to keep the M/capital M thing, because what if we work in a bad language that uses this terrible formatting? In this case, we would VIM, so the way it works now is VI capital M will now select the upper line. And I'm going to keep this behavior in this new text object as well. So I think this is pretty nice. Pretty nice. And the way it works, it's pretty simple. Right, so we delete all of these. And let's go by, like, thing by thing. I do VIM. how do I replicate it? First of all, let's join the lines. VIM, how do I replicate it? I VII, or just II, because we are already in visual mode. So VII, down, O, up, jok. Okay. So II, down, O, K. Let's try it again. VII, J, O, K. And you can notice that this isn't too terrible to actually type in yourself. So VII, joke. Like, you can potentially get used to it. But I just use this specific behavior so often that I still think it should be a remap, because it's so convenient. Right, and the only difference in here is that we do 2J, correct? So VII, 2J, I actually forgot something. So VII, we don't do J first, we only do it second. Right, because Vim will now only select these two lines, so VII, O, we don't even need O, we just go K. So we also remove O. So in this case, IIK, hold up, VII, actually, it's important to have more than one line in testing, because I just missed something. VII, we start at the end, so we do need the O. So, okay. And we do need O, and we press K. So that's going to be them. And for VAM, instead of this, we do VII, J, O, K. That's exactly what we do. Great. Now, what's the difference of OM? We press K twice, so we just yank this GR inside. I guess Word works too. And we press K twice. And what's the difference here? We also press K twice, right? So let's just do this. VII and 4. Let's try AM immediately. We do JO2K. Yeah. This is brilliant. So now, what we gotta do is search for VA, go back, yank a Q to go back in there. Then we jar until the end of the word. We should have yank inside quotes. Right, so you can just repeat them right here. The same exact thing, but we have to use a V instead. Something that we can do, and I don't really use this often, we can do VA and then E, I think, to end up at the end of our search. Pretty convenient. Joke. Now let's continue. Cool. Now, when I restart, it should be working. But usually when I say that, it doesn't. So let's do DA capital M, and it works. That's great. And it is the new version that's working, not the old one, because the old one would have taken this line too. Let's try dim. Interesting. So do DI capital M. What do I want to do here? Right, I want to get everything. Yeah. Then we do this. Damn. Yeah, I guess that's that. Let's try to reload here to check it out. Now, sim. Maybe like I want to replace this if statement and then continue the else, you know? If another condition, kind of sucks that it still like does 2 brackets, but the idea is similar. That's really cool. I guess what I would really do? No, actually no. Like if I want to replace the entire if statement along with the code that it has, VIM is now the best solution. This is very convenient. Great. New text object. New text object. What else do I have? Whatever. Impl vim text object via indent text object. One thing that I have to mention now is that now my text object depends on the plugin. However, my config working overall depends on my plugins. So if I don't have my plugins working, nothing else works. So it's not really a problem for me. But I guess it's only a problem because I have a bigger one. Now, let me share what I have been doing lately. I've been working on GAF. This is a very nice project. Let's GSA so we can figure out where I have unstaged changes. Fuck, 11, that's crazy. Let's go to Alien Temple. So, you can see in my prompt, I have basically symbols for the get status. If I do get status dash s, we can see that I have 1 unstaged modification and 2 unstaged new files, and those are represented like these. How often do you want to stage a specific type of files? So maybe I want to only stage this modification. As a matter of fact, only stage all modifications and not touch new files. This specifically, I need all the fucking time, but don't really have a way to represent except git statusing and then staging file by file, which is kind of annoying. Or maybe I want to do something else instead. Maybe I want to stage all new files, maybe because there are deletions. So I want to stage all new files and all deleted files because they then become renames that I did. Isn't that convenient? I think it is. Yeah. So GAF will do exactly this. It will let you GAF stage new to stage all new files, or a GAF stage modified, or mod it could be. I haven't yet decided on how the command is going to look like. So GAF stage, I guess GAF as mod, maybe. If Clap, the library that I'm using for art parsing, supports like not fully typing out the command, that would be perfect. But I'm not sure if it does. So yeah, GAF stage modified. Very convenient. So I've done most of the things in GAF. Let's turn on bacon. And let's go through it with a more clear mind than from whenever I was working on this the last time. So we have this struct called stats here, and that is an old name because I took quite a bunch of code from my other project called Octusi git status that takes in the output of git status s and the amount of unpushed commits, and that is exactly the program that displays this. Is it that much worse? Well, my mic is more far away from me because I changed my setup, and now my mic isn't bothering me as much, and it's like hanging from the top to the bottom, so I'm like a podcaster now. Huh, I guess it is worse, huh? It's unfortunate. Maybe I'll figure something out, but I think what's more important to me is that I'm not like super annoyed by my mic, which used to be the case. At least now, I can tell the size of your... Wait. Huh. Well, that's not a mic issue then. Or rather, like, the echo didn't change. At least I don't think. Maybe you haven't watched my content in a while. I did a bunch of like room moved a bunch of stuff, and I used to close my curtains. Now I just kind of don't. So maybe that's it. I don't know. I'm working on a really cool app. Well, you don't really call terminal applications apps, at least I wouldn't. And it's written in Rust, obviously. So here we have this struct called stats, which I will rename. Well, since you're further from the mic, it picks up more of the room compared to... that makes incredible sense. It's a mic placement issue, I guess. Yeah, that's true. That makes sense. However, like, I can't, for the life of me, figure out how to place the mic without it being, like, super annoying. Trying to think of, like, where could I put it? Let's try something like this. Hold up. So this might be better. Is it? Like, maybe even slightly? I moved it a bit closer to me, and it's still not entirely annoying. Table mics are just like that. The only real solution is to get a boom arm so it's directly in front of your mouse from the side. Well, the mic is on an arm. Yeah, it's just a not very flexible arm. It's better. That's great. That's great. It's not very flexible, so, like, not sure what to do with it. But I might have, like, a solution. I'll try things out, maybe. So this struct stats contains all the types of different Git changes and the files that are those changes. If you go back and look, we have this file, which is modified, so it ends up being in unstaged modifications. And then we have two new files, which end up in unstaged, and this vector contains now two strings, which is two paths. How does it do it? I'm actually pretty damn proud of it. So I have this parse status function that gets the output of git status s -s, or more specifically -- porcelain, or porcelain. Oh, porcelain. And yeah, then we have this regex that rejects out everything, and the only reason I needed regex to begin with is because of renames. Because then, if you rename something, instead of a simple, oh, starting from this symbol, everything is a path, now you have to consider something. You have to consider that there will be an arrow and another path. So that's why I need regex, and I go through every line, or rather I capture everything and then go through every capture and modify the stats struct by adding paths to the correct places. Explain the borrow checker in 7 sentences. I don't know what's more difficult, explaining the borrow checker or doing so in 7 sentences. No clue, bro. I guess one thing I can say, or 2 or 7, is that your data can be stored either on a heap or on a stack, and the borrow checker lets you decide, with some complications that give you more control over your program. That's what I can say. So, considering that stats is a struct that contains different paths, by defining what type of path that is, what do I rename stats to? Like, there should be a better name. Get status, maybe? Right, because this essentially sounds complicated. I'd rather segvault for 3 hours. I'd rather fucking stare at the Rust compiler for 3 hours. Which I almost did a few times. Because you're like, god damn it, why do I have to like put 100,000 symbols to do some really simple operation? And then once you do, you're like, oh, actually no, that makes sense. And you end up like understanding. It's like a bullying experience. So stats is essentially a model into which I deserialize. So it could very simply be called get status, right? Like, why not? We take the output as a string of get status and we deserialize it into this model, pretty much. I wouldn't think that I would fucking bring C# into Rust, goddamn. Because this like model idea I know from C#. And that's essentially what this is. Great, so we implement get status. This is a blank new thing, which you should separate with new lines. What hotkey do you have for replacing symbol? Control-Shift-R, I think it does something else. I guess not. Well, I can see that it... Oh, no refactoring is available. I don't use that feature, so it seems to have the default key binding. What I have is I set my own key binding in NeoVim, so leader, which in my case is a comma, leader R, and then I can replace it, which is pretty convenient, and that I should actually fix. Yeah. There are some things that I would rather press modifiers for, and there are other things that I would rather type in pretty much. And that is one of them. So everything else here, I think I like. Honestly, like, very proud of this thing. It's probably not the best it could be, but pretty proud of it. How the fuck do you do that? You can't with your extension. You can with the NeoVim extension. And let me actually show you, because it's incredible in my opinion. So, where do I store it? Yeah, VS Code mapping. So, You can literally create your own mappings that call VS Code commands. Any VS Code command. Any. That's the power of the NeoVim extension. I guess I never mention it like on the Discord and stuff, but yeah, that's probably one of the biggest reasons I still haven't switched to pure NeoVim, because I can call VS Code commands from NeoVim. Like, for example, I mapped space to save and trim trailing white space, as you just saw it did. Very convenient. I can do, yeah, here you go, rename symbol. What else? You see here, I said tab size 3, which I know is ridiculous. I don't think it is. I can do equals S, and it changes to spaces. And yeah, let's bring it back immediately. I can press Shift K to close an editor, and then later Shift K to unclose it. And let me show you how this looks. You create a function in Lua, and then use vim.fn.vscode_notify, and you just paste the name of the command. Boom. Using the leader like that is much cleaner than making and remembering VS Code hotkeys. Yeah, I agree, because you can make your own, like, mnemonics. Like, leader R, yeah, exactly, you have the right idea, and that is why I love it so much. It's great. It's like, it feels nicer. There are other things, though, that you would probably want to use a modifier for. It's the very abstract idea of strength of an action. So something like reloading extensions feels like a very big action. So that's why I have a Shift-Alt-U. But renaming something isn't like a big action. It's something that you may do very often. So that's why it's on the NeoVim side with later and stuff. For fuck's sake, let's fix this. Something rename. Yes, this. Let's copy command ID and go to key bindings, search for it. Caps lock, because I renamed. Wait, what? Changed caps lock to behave as escape, but it doesn't automatically work in VS Code. Right, so you have a lot of power with the NeoVim extension, and the coolest thing, you can chain commands. You can make a function that gets stage file, right? Which does more than that one command. It also trims trailing white space, and it also saves the file, which is very convenient. You can just make a mapping for it. You can make a mapping that calls all sorts of commands one after another. I haven't really gotten too deep into it. I generally don't need to, I guess, but you so can. Yeah, I have a bunch of mappings for working with merge conflicts, so I don't have to use the mouse. I can just Z and something else, like ZL, I think, to do these. So it's incredibly convenient. Oh, I can do something like Y capital R to copy the path of this file. Yeah, I guess this is the biggest power of the extension. It's not just that you can use NeoVim plugins, configure it in Lua, which is already amazing. It's the fact that you can also interact with VS Code from NeoVim, and the other way around too. You can make mappings in VS Code that send specific stuff to NeoVim, and it's just mwah. This is why I don't like move to any other place for editing anything. This is why I haven't tried Obsidian yet, because this is too good to not use, so I just can't afford to. very busy with writing actual code nowadays. I should be too. When you think of my to-do list above tweaking dev environments, that's fair. That's, yeah, understandable. If you can be like fine enough with your config where you can like do stuff, that's so okay. It's just that very often I'm in a middle state where I can't, or rather I don't want to do something that I need to do, but I don't feel like just releasing that responsibility to go program something of importance like what I'm doing right now. So I just end up in this middle state where I configure bullshit. I configure a lot of bullshit, which feels amazing. It's helpful objectively, but if you look at it like from the side, you realize that it's like a hobby that is by the end of it all kind of fruitless. Has most of the plugins I wanted need. That's fair. If I remember correctly, it also has the targets plugin, which is it's so useful, so incredibly useful. I can be something like here and then change to inside next quote, and you're there. Using the leader is a minor thing, I think. Oh, missed it. Every VS Code hotkey I remind myself to remember and have them where I want them. Same. I don't remember the last time I used a VS Code hotkey like by its default. I pretty much always rebind because sometimes they're ridiculous. Like Control K, fucking Shift F5. Like, what are you doing? Already a big user of CIA, DIA. Yeah, they're very nice. At first I was like, really? Is it that useful? Yes, it is that useful. It's so useful. So yeah, very, very convenient. So looking at this file, I'm fine with everything. Looks good. So now, what do we want to do? Since we already have a way to deserialize git status s into the model of files that we are going to be working on, isn't that great? Now what we need to implement is the actual functionality of the program, being able to either stage or unstage different types of files. So we can do something like stage deletions or stage new files only, or unstage renames. So what we need to do is public function stage. I think it makes sense rather than git add. Like, let's be more like real, I guess. Git has a very silly problem of naming things in a very different ways. Let me elaborate what I mean by that. Give you a brain idea. Use voice commands for repeating commands. Wait, hold up. Huh. Ooh. That's pretty cool. That's a cool idea. What the problem is going to be, inevitably, is that it's not reliable enough to want to use. But, like, the idea by itself is cool. Because while I love the fact that I can use numbers, I try to move in ways where I don't have to, which is why I have so many plugins. Being able to just say would be kind of convenient. However, there are often times where I just don't want to talk at all. I'm silly because I either stream and then talk like for 3 hours usually, and then once I'm done streaming, I'm fucking silent. I am mute for the rest of the day. I know no balance. I mean, if I want to move up 7 lines, reaching for 7 is so annoying. You should not. You should not. You so shouldn't. You super shouldn't. Get used to it. Super get used to it. It's annoying at first and annoying at last, but it's so much more efficient. And once you're fast enough, well, you're just faster. And then also, doing something like d5k is not convenient. Are you really going to dd? Okay, sure, that's a straw man argument, you might say. I would do dd and many periods. Well, that's still shit. When what you could do is d6 up. And funny thing, I have a remap for specifically 6, the number 6, and 12, so I can do d control u. It's hyper specific and it's not necessarily smart, I just had it. I mean, I would do 33k instead of holding down k. I feel like the cutoff is at like 10 or 15 lines. Interesting. For me, it's kind of the opposite. Like, if it's small enough, I'll use a number, but if it's big enough, I'll start doing something like visual mode and then scrolling, because, well, I don't know where I'm going, pretty much. I could do something like a search, like, let's try this. So we capital V, and then question mark, parse, and see, I need to remember what the fuck I'm even going to, which is kind of annoying. Really? I don't have parse? Oh, I don't. See? So that's why I would just scroll, because having to remember anything is annoying. For deleting lines, I exclusively shift V, then D. I don't. I super don't. I got used to using operators over visual mode because of dot repeatability. So I avoid visual mode like the plague. Well, not to that extent. Like, I'm exaggerating. But generally, using visual mode is a like anti-practice. So stage. Stage should accept a vector of strings. Stage what? Stage, it's annoying that it does that. Who the fuck dot repeats deleting like 15 lines of code? That's fair, but like, you know, if I got used to the more likely to be useful thing, I then don't have to think what to use. Do I use visual mode here, or do I use this? I can always just use one thing, and then it has an opportunity to be useful, rather than removing that opportunity from myself. But once again, if it's like, if I need to delete more than I can see on my screen, I start in visual mode and I scroll. That's what I do. Right, so we can stage what? What do we stage? Okay. Is that refactor? No, that's quick fix. What about refactor? Interesting. So we can still see it. Trying to like find where the refactoring thing is going to be useful. So we stage, boom. Now this is the point of the program where everything either works suspiciously easily or everything breaks down to shit. Let me explain what I mean by that. When you create a command new, and then you can use and then you can use arg to add another argument. Okay. How do we take a vector and for everything in the vector we add an argument? Can we just take the like this and then a for loop argument? I hope that's how you can do it, because if I can't, shit. You know? And I'm pretty sure you can't put like this, in which case it would be easy. So I'm super scared. So let command, wait, what is this? Oh, that's a different thing. Let command command new, so new git command dropped. New git command, and we just take. Take? I've been watching too many chess videos. And then we just take, so we don't blunder. Forgot to actually add the argument of get add. I thought it was gonna be stage. Kinda annoyed that before matter automatically thinks this should be on the same line rather than this. And like, sure, go ahead, jump me, say I'm crazy, but I low-key won't want any chain method, chained methods to be on other lines. Ah, I see why I want that, because then we get the type here, which should be obvious, but less thinking if I can just see it. So it's a Rust thing, I guess, for me. Alright, so great. Now, fuck, I'm so fucking scared. I'm so incredibly scared. So for string, for path in what what lol command arg path So it has a different issue. Temporary value. Might need to be mutable, by the way. It would make sense if it would. Thought so. Okay. Binding is a strange name. The Binding of Isaac? Oh my god. Let's can we just like command arg? Because it's immutable. Let's do this then. Let's command this, so you can stay immutable, and then have this be mutable. No, we can't do that. Why? Because it's immutable, of course. Right. Of course. How does it do it? Cannot borrow is mutable. Can you show me the previous error message? This, I guess, is the benefit of running cargo check, or cargo clippy more specifically, by yourself. Well, okay, let's do it the simpler but a bit worse way. Oh, I can DAE. Fuck yeah! Finally, I get a use for it. Still that. Okay, so I can then command. What do you mean unexpected? Oh, I'm sorry. Nice, expected token now. Yeah, this makes incredible sense. The fact that it has to be mutable. Like, yeah, obviously, should have guessed as much. Interesting, though, that this kind of has to be separated. Low-key. Not fully, but kinda, you know? If you want to dynamically create your command. So, we add more arguments, which are just the paths. And for every path that is there, we do it. However, interesting. I just thought, What if the vector is empty? It cannot be. It can. Hold up. We have a check if every single vector is empty. We do not have a check if that specific one is empty. So we should add it. And this should return the exit status. Fuck. My brain is actually working. What the fuck? I spend like a bunch of hours in the morning kicking dicks is how I would explain it. I couldn't like get into anything really, and now finally my brain woke up and I'm having a very enjoyable experience programming, which I very much like. So the thing that I want, I have in another thing. So let's go to, I don't actually know where. I guess let's go to Rust and open Ranger so we can check out, I think, Octusi. Might be wrong though. I am. Then Clorange maybe? Yes. So let's just yank this and paste it. Not here, but here. Fuck. Here instead. And then we yank this, go back and paste it here with a space. We return an exit code. What? Right, expected, but we don't do shit. That's okay. So if what is empty, return exit code, and then we can do failure, and that is so perfect for us. That is exactly what we want, because later, once we arg parse, check out that they're correct, I guess, and then we won't be getting get status ourselves. No, we are, and then we pass the correct things. Then if you try to maybe staged renames or unstaged renames, sorry, but there are no renames, you should get an error, which is mwah. And for that reason, preemptively, what I'm gonna do is exit code success. So if everything goes correctly, we just return that. So we just we exit code. Can we like hold up? Can you? Oh, I don't know what you. No, you do know? Oh, it already did. I didn't notice. That's GCC, both of those. Boop. And GCC this. Boop. Fuck, this is brilliant. This is gonna be so good. This is better than I expected it to be. So we just add all the files to the git add command. And once we do this, we command output. Output, believe it or not, it runs the command. What? Why isn't it like run or something and then you get the output as a property? No. The command is run when you call output. Expect get add files should have. We expect get add files failed to run. Wait, what am I doing? Actually, do I want to panic on runtime or return an exit code? Why can get add blah 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 fail. 1. There's something wrong in my code and I should fix it. Well, in the staging thing, maybe I'm adding files incorrectly, whatever. Maybe like I need to account for spaces. I don't think I do though. So maybe that. Another thing is maybe it can't run git commands because git isn't installed, or you don't have enough privileges somehow to run git. This cannot happen because we already checked this when running git status. If that fails, we don't even get to this part. So what I should do is bring back the expect for now to check if it works, like if my program works, and then once it does, we can do like output, and if output is incorrect, we return failure. Sounds good? So here we just exit code success. Brilliant. And we need to do something very similar. Right, I forgot to like show off something that I find ridiculous. So say you staged everything, and now you realize that, oh, actually I don't want to stage some of these files. Now, how do you unstage this? You git restore staged, and then this thing. Okay, you git restore this file in terms of staging. That's almost reasonable. Okay, how do you unstage every file? Ah, I see. This, right? Wait, this worked in the entire time? I was gonna... Wait, hold on. This worked the entire time? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought it didn't, because I used to, like, unstage every file via git reset. Huh. That's good to know that... Okay, I bring it back, I guess. Right, so unstage, what? Oh my god, it guessed. It guessed. It fucking guessed. Wow. We also return exit code. Yes. Here. What's wrong with function? So we do pretty much the same thing here. Almost exactly the same. Hold up, GRR we could do, because it's technically more efficient. Instead of add, we do... Instead of add, we do git restore arg staged git restore state, right? Like, I forget it. Git restore dash staged. Yes. Why? I just wish I had like a hotkey to delete my mouse sometimes. And there is a mapping you can do in KDE to move your mouse to focus, but I want the exact opposite. Now we have git restore staged, and we do the same exact thing, but instead of git add, we do git restore staged failed to run. Right. If Huh, that's an interesting way of looking at it. If this is an error that we don't expect to be able to appear, then we use expect or maybe even unwrap. If this is an error we anticipate because it has like valid reasons to happen, then we handle the error. And I do understand it's like a bad way to write code. Like, I only handle errors sometimes. Like, I see that point, but in this case, by all accounts, this command shouldn't break. We know for a fact the user has Git and has enough privileges to use it, or to use Git status. And if they can use Git status, they can Git add and Git restore. Pretty fucking sure. Then, if the only like possible incorrection here that might happen is that the paths are being added incorrectly. That can only happen because I'm not sure exactly how it's supposed to work, so I'm just learning. Basically, this is not an error that we have to anticipate and fix, because once it happens, I'm like, I see, this is a bug, boom, I fix it. So this is another error that should not happen. And when we run it, basically at this point we kind of guaranteed that the command is correct and the user can run it. So this, by all accounts, should not break, which is why it has an expect. While something like this very much has a valid reason to happen. So let me explain what this line even implies. The user will be able to gaff, stage, and now they get a choice. Stage modifications. Well, sure, this has modifications. What if I get stage deleted? There are no deletions here. Oh, wait, gaff. Gaff stage deleted, right? There are no deletions here. So we won't be able to stage anything because there's nothing to stage. And we should tell the user that, yo, there are no deletions. That's a valid point. That's a super valid point, actually. Instead of returning exit code failure, we should return something else. We should return a result of nothing or a string slice, which is static. Let me elaborate. So we CT this, and we return a string yeah. We don't give information to this function which type we're trying to which type we're trying to, what am I fucking looking for? To unstage. So we don't know what the user just tried to unstage. That doesn't exist. So what I think is going to be a good idea is type change type. No, unstage type string slice, right? And then we ysaq b format my brain is like making up a safer way of doing this. Instead of me specifying strings, I should be specifying an enum. Yeah, really? For something this simple. and then doing logic, I guess here. No, not here. Yeah, okay, why am I depending on strings? I already have an enum, actually. I have an enum in args, believe it or not. In args, we have stageable and unstageable. Cool. So instead of a string slice, what we should do is unstageable. Oh, actually, I don't know what you're talking about. Could you like... okay, use create args. Yes. Oh, args unstageable. Should be good now. Why is it not? Yeah, okay. So we pass in the enum unstageable, so we can do in the format. Yeah. And let's actually DSF. No, that's not what I want to do. DV capital B. Format or like stringify. Get action error message. Get error message. No, not quite. Get action error message. I like that. Get action error message by specifying, and if I remember correctly, no, not really. We cannot take both of them, and it would be kind of strange and unreasonable to do so. So instead of get action, let's do get unstage error message by passing it unstage type, and that is exactly what it expects. Function private now, by the way. Let's mark this, go back, not that back, holy shit. Like, I don't know, 60 GM. You can decide this, boop, boop. Unstage type, yes, correct. And we return a static string slice. Holy shit, my brain is like exploding with, I think, good ideas. I need someone like who's good at Rust to come look at this and say like, what's up? Because I think I'm going in the right direction in terms of structure. Like using an enum here instead of just passing strings. It's a very good idea. Thought so. Yeah, format. So, format, before we do format, it's going to look horrible, but brace yourself. Yes, the idea is that hilarious. You're gonna see. Okay, you have no files, right? And fucking look at this. Match on stage type. Okay. And that's where we put the logic. That's lunacy, literal lunacy in my opinion. I think you do it like this. Unstageable added. You have no added files. Yeah, and I guess we just... And that's why I love Rust. It knows what next to suggest to you. C# is so much better at it, if I'm being honest, but... Okay. No, okay, well... Now I have an even better idea. You see this, and then this. What if instead... fuck. It actually... It's unfortunately a very reasonable idea. Implementing the display method, or display trait, I'm sorry, on the unstageable fucking enum. Why do I keep getting better and better ideas, which end up just moving me away? Impl std display for stageable. Can you please like do everything for me? What do you mean? std fmt, I'm sorry, display. Can you like, yes, thank you. Right, so stageable. So can we just like match self or something? No, can we not? No. Okay. Can we figure out what self is, please? How do we... Huh? How do we do that? By the way, before we do... Yes. How do we... Oh! Oh, that's the error. What about this? Oh! Okay, so... We have unstaged, modified, and deleted. Unstaged... Yes, self, which is slightly better than saying stageable, unstaged, because it's like less name dependencies. Self unstaged. Or hold up. F write string to be completely unhinged. I see. The Rust programmers, that's who we become. That's crazy. Okay, if self unstaged, then unstaged. Deleted. Unstaged, deleted, so yeah, deleted. Fuck, I'm so smart. It's a very like silly way of looking at all this. You have no new files, because I will then change unstaged to mean new. You have no deleted files. Unstaged deleted files. You have no unstaged modified files. Right? Oh, it just works. Almost. No? I see. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. So args, stageable, So we have stage and unstage. Then we have unstaged, modified, arg value enum. Let's make it simple first. Better second. You know what I'm talking about? I'm thinking of abbreviating these. So instead of unstaged, when you call the command, it's actually like, oh, first of all, this is just, let's rename it to new, like overall. Like not unstaged, new. New files, boom. So new is fine. I then want to change modified to mod and delete it to del. And similar things for this, like add, maybe, I don't know. Also mod, ren, del. But I don't want to do it in code. I don't want modified to be mod here because it's less understandable. I want the user to either use the full name or the abbreviated name. I wonder if Clap supports it. I don't know. So we let's just yank this and put it here. But instead of stageable, we do unstageable. Instead of new, we do, I don't know what. Added files. Let's search for on dgn twice, and we have another self, so we have added, deleted, renamed. So, and then it will basically say you have no added files, you have no deleted, you have no staged deleted files, you have no staged modified files, you have no renamed files. Which is why now when you go here, we don't need this function because we just go to here and this is just format. Boom. You have no files. And if you look at this, you have no staged deleted files. Boom! Isn't that nice? Expected enum result or that. Found struct. This is a string. How interesting. Can we? I know it's silly. Static. Can we do this? Oh, Jesus. Oh, I see. What's the issue with this thing? Remove it. Okay. Oh, nice. I see. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And this is just okay. What? It used to work? Oh, it's a new error. That's fine. Right. Why do we not work now? Temporary value created here returns a value referencing data owned by the current function. Well, yeah, because fucking static. Hello? No? Remove it. They cannot. That's annoying. the issue here is essentially that format returns an owned string, which we would have to put in a box, or rather a dynamic error, to make it work. I specifically do not want to do that. Oh, by the way, you have no enemies. How the fuck do I do this? So, temporary value created here. Yeah, I know. Are you not gonna... How do I specify a lifetime here? Like, don't I do it here, you know? Don't I say, oh, please be static? So this should, in theory, understand that, oh, I should be static, right? And now this is just incorrect. It's so funny because this doesn't really matter. Like, we have the functionality. A few lines and boom, it works. And I'm fucking stuck on error handling that is kinda nice, but doesn't necessarily matter, you know? It's pretty silly. Essentially, what I'm thinking of is how do I, as stir, hold up, what? Yeah. Oh, I didn't need to. A string. So can you stop jumping around? As bytes. As ref. Can we do that? No. What if we... You know? Like, how do I return a fucking static string? It shouldn't be that hard. How do I turn an own string into a static string? Can I even do that? Surely I can, right? Let's fucking ask ChatGPT. Yes, this is how I make my thumbnails. I pick emojis on Discord and then make them. No, not DMs. Stop going to DMs on stream. Yes, I'm going to ask ChatGPT. Fuck, that's not what I wanted. This. I wanted this. Boom. And I'll just give it the code. See what it says. How do I format a string and return it as a static string slice in Rust? Do something. Get me unstuck. Unless it will probably fucking suggest dynamic box whatever. Ugh. You know? Okay. Huh. I guess we can, huh? For some reason I thought, like, for sure, that we couldn't just... Yeah, why could we not do this, right? Yeah. Does it use into? It doesn't even. It says that. Huh. See? ChatGPT, like, what ChatGPT is best at is not code. Do not get it twisted. It's not code. It's getting you unstuck. That's why it's so damn useful, because you can get stuck on a single thing and get tunnel visioned. ChatGPT is a way to get another perspective without bothering a human. I like bothering humans a lot, but like, it's convenient to be able to get yourself unstuck, still kind of by yourself, you know? Right, and this is exactly what I want. And oh my god, my cats meow like they're demons. I'm surprised like she can even make that noise. Okay. Holy shit, hold up. Joe. Right, so for the stage function, it's pretty much the same. It's almost like, oh, I could like abstract away parts of these two functions and put it in another function, but no. Like, you shouldn't abstract everything away just because you can. Like, oh no, there's repeating code. That means that I have to abstract right now. No, in this situation, I think it would be like more annoying, if anything. We have a stage function. It does one thing. It stages. Boom. I'm saying this because I myself used to be like, I guess, overzealous with abstractions. It made sense for the for how big my project was in AutoHotkey, but it doesn't mean that you have to abstract always. Right, so you have no files. Lol. Yeah, I think that's it. Instead of exit code, we return a result of either nothing, because we just do the action, or a string, which in this case is the thing. The error message. Yes, this, but instead of unstageable, it's stageable. What? Um, 2x. We go back. Boom. Works. Yeah. This looks good. That was good. and we implemented display for both of those, I think that is a single change that we now commit. Implement stage and unstage, or rather, yeah, okay, so let's do it this way. We impl display for stage. Well, actually do it smart, making it less understandable, but at least it's smart, which is obviously much more important, right? I guess we commit everything now. Where stage, implement stage and unstage get functions. Impl stage and unstage get functions. The only thing now left to do for us is to go to main and like finish. We have the easiest part now in our hands. I almost don't want to do it because I've gotten attached to this project, and like finishing it, like, damn, that kind of sucks. Like, right? That's a very strange way of looking at it. But yeah, I'm looking at new from get status and I dislike it because get status. So it's in parser. What if it's also called new? Can't. Oh, I know. Just first of all, we should rename it differently, like this. And hold up, no. Yeah, so we rename it like this into blank, and this is new. Nice. So we get, yeah, that's brilliant. I love it. We get arcs. If they're broken, they will panic. So that is good. Then we get the get status. Get status has like can possibly be incorrect, and we don't write any error messages, I think. Let's actually look at it. So here we can return null, but does parse status, it can also return null again. Yeah, so some errors are unexplained. So let's go to get status. Oh my god, that's done. Expect those. It's actually a valid point. So get status porcelain failed to run, and this is where this shouldn't be. We shouldn't panic. We should calmly write an error message for the user. Let's do it this way. Let's touch project, no, lowercase project dot txt. Fuck. Well, goddamn. Project dot markdown. I meant. Do we have a get ignore? We have. Let's get ignore project. Can I? Yes, I can. Did you know I could do that? Control X, Control F, and it fills in a path. Very convenient. And in our project file, which we can't open anymore, which is very funny, let's open it in the terminal. Project. Boom. We put it here. Okay, so in both get and get again, so remove expects remove expects from get functions. The idea behind this is that once we're done debugging and testing and using and so on, what we should do, instead of like breaking on runtime, we should do that exact same thing, but without the nitty-gritty details of the like panic message. Because this can very much happen if you're like not in a Git directory, for example, and it's like exploding pretty much is kind of unnecessary. Now this should expect still, because it's not supposed to not work. By all accounts, it should be unwrap. But yeah. But this shouldn't actually be expect. It should be like, it should be returning a string. Yeah. A string or a static string slice, basically saying this rather than panicking. I think it makes sense. Wait. Why is there... Oh, that's a fucking bug. I thought, what? Right, so recently I started just creating a project file in my projects and Git ignoring it. So basically I have some notes for the project, what I want to do with it, because I don't really intend to make it like official and like cool and great while I'm working on the project actively. Like, this is not yet done, I haven't yet published it, and so on and so forth. So I don't intend to make it beautiful right now. I just want a way to remember stuff, you know? So this is not how I'm going to do stuff later. This expect we're gonna change, but that's not the main focus of right now. Like, it's fine. We get a new get status, and for one reason or another, can we do something like this? I doubt it. No, it doesn't understand what I mean. That's fair. If let get status, if let sum get status, if it's sum, no, if it's none, wait, no, oh, if let none get status, yes, then we return exit code failure, something like this. I think we need to somehow unwrap get status to be sure it's not sum, but just a value instead, which is why I want to use this. I'm not sure how it works though. Right, so now we just match. We just match args. And what do we have in args? Let's move them closer. So in args we have action. Action. What can action be? Stop. Oh, it's private. It shouldn't be. Okay, what else is private? Okay. It's having errors somewhere. Right, all variants would be public, or rather would share this. Of course, yeah, that makes sense. And even here, like, makes no sense to make some variants of an enum private and others public. Help me out here. Okay, thank you. Which, and then we do brackets again, I think. And then actions. Yes. Then we do brackets again. No? Yeah, almost. It's an interesting syntax, which is kind of unusual. It makes sense somewhat, like stage is a struct, and we, I guess, define it. Like, I understand what's happening here, but it's not conceptually obvious. We'll need get status a bit later, and then we can figure out how can we unwrap it. Because I know what it's suggesting right now is, oh, actually, actually, you should be using is empty because it's better and better. Right, so in stage, we have which, match which, pretty silly what I'm doing, I do realize that. I just don't really want to increase indentation. What? Well, of course. Yeah, I'll fucking get to it, come on. Linters are annoying sometimes. Like, oh, actually, you haven't done this, which you'll obviously do. It's like, when I see the red squiggly, what I'm asking is there an error I don't expect? Not an error that is very obvious. But then again, how do you make a language that guesses what is obvious and what is not? And would that be a good thing? It wouldn't. So, yeah. So, match which. And help me out here. Boom. So, if deleted, then something. Then, if modified, we do something. Can't think of it right now. I'm just fully trusting it right now. So, stage, yeah. What? Yeah, whatever. I don't even have to. Yeah. Oh, no, I kind of do. So convenient. Being able to just pick next. Cool. So, what we want to do here is stage. Which is when we go to these, do we use get? We do not. Use create get period. Yeah. Use create get. What do you mean? Oh, we're using it because we defined that as a module. Right, forgot about that. So we get stage And this is where we get status. So get status, the interesting. For I made backspace replace the entire file because in normal mode backspace does nothing. I mean, it's fine. This kind of error doesn't happen always. Hello, this washed. Hello. I'm almost done with gaff, and gaff is kind of cute because gaff is how Russian dogs bark. Let me rephrase that. That's how dogs bark in Russian. Dogs don't bark with different accents and the like, I think, but that's the the word we use for barking. Aww, I'm doing good. I'm almost done. I need to figure out how do I... So get status right now is an option. I essentially want to do this. I want to basically say, okay, if none, do this, and basically make sure that get status is some. You know? Like, how the fuck do I do that? What is GC this? So, fuck, I find this so annoying. If get status is none, we return yeah. And that is where types would be very useful. No, it's still fucking none. Like, how? I don't want to make a whole ass indent section. How do I convert it? Right? Like, right. That. But still. No, not that. All of them are public, so they should be accessible. So this is indeed, for sure, an option. Do you not... What? Do you not... Wait, I still can't get... What is MapU? And use the question mark. The thing is, this is the main function that should return an exit code, so we can't just return via question mark because it doesn't understand what I mean by the question mark. Because usually, yeah, I use the question mark. And doing something like result, unit, or exit code is silly because we still need to return a positive exit code. Which I guess we would do if we return nothing, but it's silly, right? Like, that's silly. Well, something that we can do. It's still silly, it's super silly. But get status unwrap, because we know for sure, but the fucking compiler for some reason doesn't, that it isn't none. So the unwrap is like literally logically safe. And I'd like to find one person who'll say, actually, that's not safe. I'm not even attacking them really. Maybe that can be true, and I'm interested in whether it is. So, is none doesn't work. If let I'm not going to use to increase a whole level of indentation for a simple thing. What we can do here is let's get status is get status unwrap, and here we go, right? But once again, this is still silly. Bro fixed it. Bro fixed it. Unwrap. That's adorable. Yeah, but this is silly in a different way. There's probably a more Rust way of doing it. But okay. Yeah, get status deleted. So we want to stage, so unstaged deletions, and then we pass the type, which is args stageable deleted. Let's make it a bit smaller so it fits. Get status new. No, we don't want to be unwrapping. We don't want to be unwrapping here. Get status is my thing. It's specifically designed to return an option, so that you handle the none. It seems to not wrap, to not eat this. Fuck, I love the on focus thing. Right, so yeah, because we specifically want to do something with the none, and then we can make sure that we get it. So get status can be none if we can't call get status dash s, or the parsing didn't work. And we need to handle that without an unwrap, because that is just silly. It's very silly. Well, okay. Let's, why would it go there? I guess should have used GK? Yeah, GK. We paste it here. We go to deletions. What? Oh, right. So unstaged modifications now. And we go forward. Modifications, modified, right. Cool. The fucking red squigglies. Then, now I can do this. Brilliant. And unstaged. Right, unstaged and get status should be renamed to new. I think I did that already, but I guess not. So new, maybe I did it, yeah, I probably did do it only here. Dog is saying guff. Okay, wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean huge squiggly? Don't, lol. What? Like, what? Right. So it's complaining about this because it can't understand this? What? That's crazy. Expression found. Oh, do I miss? No. Hold up. Wow. That's such a detail. Which I guess I wouldn't miss if I didn't try to use less indentation, but like, come on. Also use a match statement, please. one with tone. Hold up. With tone. Execute the algo with our own route. Uh-huh. Oh. So here you mean, right? But in that case, like, we wouldn't be able to shadow. Like, what you mean here is get status, and then we, like, none, we return execute, blah, 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 right? And then, if it's some, how do we not have indentation, right? Like, how? We can't do something like let get status blah 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 and it be available here. We cannot. I guess we can define get status here first, but not give it a value, then give it a value here. Except we can't because, well, you know? So, just no working. It no working. Get on stage, get status, get fucking status, added args unstageable added. And we just yank, hold up, to capital B, yank N, go here, P, P, and P. Let's, I'm trying to think of the most efficient ways of doing this. Now we can see GN, so deleted, so stage deletions are unstageable. Let get status match get status new. Oh, you can return? You can do that. We might do that then. Okay, yeah, that's smart. Thank you. So we can unstaged stage deletions, trying to not make a logical mistake here, which is very possible. So unstageable are staged deletions, which is implied here. Staged modifications, modified, and fuck, I need to make it even smaller. Unstaged, renamed, renamed. Boom, program done. After we do this, done. What? We'll get to it. No problem. What? We put it here. What? Unused result that must be used. I see. All of those commands return result. This is going to be wild because let result unsure of the type yet. We find the semicolons and remove them. Not here though. And we get result from all this bullshit. Holy fucking shit. Shit's crazy. Oh, that's funny. That's so nice. It does it for every other one too. Boom. Epic. I can make it a bit bigger now. You know what would be cool? Some VS Code extension that automatically changes your font size the longer your lines on average are. That would be so cool. I'm gonna add it to my thing that I want to check out. VS Code, actually we did this already. VS Code extension that resizes font size depending on context. It might be absolute, like, horrible of a decision. Probably will be. So match. Oh fuck! This is so interesting. Match. Yeah, we now match result. Fuck. We match result. No, we don't match return. Match result. For fuck's sake. Yes, this. And then leader DI. So, if this, then we print line. No, actually, I'm stupid. If error message, because message, we do this message. You know, you can just check line length when using and change it then based on input. Hold up, let me process this. You could just check line length when using those and change it then based on input. Swift motion would mask the change in size. That's pretty brilliant if I use Control U and Control like such. I use capital H and capital L to move, but the idea makes sense. Is there a command? Change font? Thought there wouldn't be. And anyway, like if there was, it would probably let you pick. Interesting. So we would have to modify my settings.json VS Code file via Lua, and fuck that. Fuck using Lua for anything, if I'm being real. There's probably a way, but I'm just thinking there might be an extension that already does this. I hope. Maybe scale. Scale is a different thing. Scale scales the like everything else too. Font size only this, which is exactly what I want. It smells so nice from somewhere. Okay, so we print line the message, and we need to return exit code. And if nothing, then we success. No? Oh, okay. I think an API X fonts is exposed. Probably would be like on VS Code side. Oh, okay. Wait, you only do it in one place? That's crazy. Cool. Program done, and I'm terrified because when you program in Rust, you spend a lot of time just writing code, and you don't like test it in the middle, and then everything fucking breaks. I honestly kind of don't like how this works. I would rather keep running it to see where my program is going, but until you piece everything together, you can't run it, which is both a good and a bad thing. Well, not bad necessarily, just kind of like eh. So let's car stage modify. Well, first of all, let's help. Let's look at help, because I don't know how to use this program that I just wrote. So what do we have here? We have stage and unstage, which is exactly what I expect. Debug more. What's up, you? Why did Uwu speak suddenly like appear out of nowhere? Right, let's stage modified. And it just works. And it just works. Wish I knew how to use it. I also don't. I never really, well, you would only be able to debug once you're done with compiler errors to then check out runtime errors. So I'm not even talking about debugging, because debugging goes after. What I'm talking about is the ability to like run the program to begin with. No, you don't. Okay, that is true. That is the language of the gods. I mean, so yeah, it works. Which, I know, is gonna sound crazy, but it's almost disappointing. Like, really? You're not even going to work incorrectly? Like, and that's it? Yes, really, I like found where to be annoying. Yeah, like, it's almost disappointing, you know what I'm saying? Right, you suggested something. Let's do it in the following commit, though. Was GAMP? I don't know, what do I say here? Works. Like, I make the program work. I went the view the way to one individual funk whims. Right, there's iRust. But hold up. But yeah, right. What? No. Yeah, that's probably where debugging would come into question. Right. So your suggestion was, let's, like, I never considered this. Let's let get status match. Hold up, DAW. None. Return exit code failure. Some value, and it gets returned. What? Oh. Yeah, because I want to return to the outer function. What was your suggestion? Probably doing it incorrectly. Yeah. Because it gets returned into this variable. Yeah. So, really? Oh, what? Where? Where would I remove semicolon? Okay, let's delete these for a sec. Where? I imagine not there. Maybe like this? Wait, what? Huh. Let me process that. How does this work? So this is now an expression that gets executed, and in this scope it returns from the function? What? That is crazy and insane. That is crazy plus insane plus ratio plus W plus good solution plus thank you. What? I might become a fucking right-winger because explain this. Nobody can explain this. Yes, it's a political reference. Huh. What? How does this work? Wow. I love your commitment. The exquation type of which we own is this, which is right, so expression type of return is this, which is coercent to any other type. The expression type of the return statement. Huh. Oh, that's super interesting. That's super mega interesting. Right, so the project works almost disappointingly. Like, why am I disappointed? Like, it works too easily, I guess, is my, yeah. The type is pronounced Nevo. 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 Oh, I've seen like stuff from my linter in gray saying never to any, and I couldn't fucking get what it meant. Okay. That's super interesting. I've wanted to do something like this so many times, so finally I can figure out that I can indeed use it, and it's so huge, it's humongous. It's like a whale. Fuck, let's do something fun. Let's open another tab, go to tools. What do we have here? Let's, oh right, let's, yeah, let's cover. Yes, yes. The Amogus. I think I have a function. Or I don't. I could possibly not have it. But maybe I do. Bana. Yes, this, right? We just bloop. Now we can use gaff everywhere. I'm pressing 0, and that is supposed to go to the last tab, but I guess it doesn't. That's wild. Wait, no way. Alt 0 goes to the previous tab? Since when? What? I should remap it to something more useful, because that is incredible. That is so useful. Alt 0 to Alt, I don't know, to switch between 2 tabs. That's so wow. Right, so we have one modified file here. We can just gaf stage modified. Cool. Something we can do is gaf sm, so make abbreviations. If there's no way to make abbreviations in my program itself, that's one way to do it. Oh my god. What programs working right away after being done with some code is the most disappointing quote I miss from C++. Yeah, I know, right? Like, even C#, also like a compiler language, like I have to run it actually to figure out most stuff. And especially something like Fish or Lua, then I only can run it to figure something out. So that means that as I work on my program, I can see its output, and it's kind of nice. With Rust, you just kind of start working on a project, you can't run it for 3 days, and then you're done. That's what? It's kind of disappointing. Like, I don't get to see my progress, which is exactly why I think Rust is probably the worst language for beginners. In C or C++, you at least can shoot your leg. In Rust, you can't even do that. Terrible. Let's GSA, so we can see, so in binaries, we have one modification, which is interesting, and one new file. Let's go to binaries, and what's in there? We just gaf stage new. That's so convenient, and I'm continually surprised that it works. Let's go to, first of all, let's commit and p, right? Commit and p, and exit. Add debug, but actually release version of gaf. Okay. Where do I want to go? Fucking test. Tickles. Agreed, we should all force newbies to buy some fish. Expand the fish empire. The fish tank. Honestly, yeah, fish? No. Fish is horrible as a first language. You should learn a real language as your first one. And then a fake one. I say that while I spent like 1.5 years on AutoHotkey. So I guess, is that fair? But HK is a more normal language. So my recommendation is, like for beginners, is to learn AutoHotkey v2. I think it's the best, like, beginner language overall. In my opinion, better than Python in terms of learning. Because you get to touch a lot of different stuff that you'll see in other languages which are good. And HK is bad enough where you'll have to implement or find libraries for a lot of different functionality, so you get to learn more algorithms and overall how stuff works behind the scenes. On a more serious note, people should really learn at least some POSIX shell as a beginner. As a beginner, I don't know, but I think you will get a real language. Like, yeah, honestly, yeah, I suggest AutoHotkey v2. If not, I don't even know what. I don't think C# is a good first language. I think your first language should probably be typeless, but not too different or horrible like JavaScript. So yeah, I guess AutoHotkey v2, and then as you use more Linux and overall shells, learn Fish. So you get to write, learn 2 pretty different languages and use both of them inside of each other. And then you can start learning a real language, like Rust, C#, maybe, Zig, what else is there? Like, a real language, basically. POSIX shell and C, you're a demon. You're a legit demon. You're a literal demon. Like, be real. No, no it isn't. For beginner, repeat that again. POSIX fucking shell and C? Not even bash. Not even fucking bash. However horrible it is. And we're not even close to fish. And C? Do you see the problem with this? I do. I think it's silly. So, Guff on stage, rename. Wow! This works too? That's crazy. I think Bash is still like helpful to learn, but as many things, like for example, I know that in what's it called? Fucking the not Vim, the Emacs version of your shell, which is the default in most places. I know that Control A goes to the start of the line and Control E goes to the end of the line. I don't use it at all. But I think it's very helpful and useful to know these like foundation type of stuff. And there's a lot of it. And most of it is in Bash. And then once you know enough, you can jump to a better shell. So fish. A smaller typeless and teaches you the shell and terminal is. Teaches you what you have been coddled even by the... No, well, hold up. We're talking about a beginner. They haven't been coddled yet. They're just beginning to program. We need to coddle them. To a certain degree. I don't think we should... Fuck. I don't think we should coddle them to the degree of Python, because then they have to unlearn annoying bullshit that Python has. AutoHotkey v2 has correct bullshit, I think. That helps you in the long run. C is just too much. We need to coddle them somewhat. That is the weed line standard. Okay, as a library, you can change it system-wide by POSIX shell. Destroy their spirit. No, don't. It's very easy to give up in the beginning of programming because it feels like bullshit. It feels like everything is like not going to work ever. It's then, once you get used to it, you're more fine with it, and then you sit around like me being surprised that your program works. Like it's not supposed to happen. Because in my experience, it's not really supposed to happen. It's supposed to not work for a while. Then I'm like, fuck, how the fuck do I figure this out? I finish this stream a bit like sad and come back to the project way later than I should because my spirit is destroyed and I'm not sure how to solve this issue. That's what's supposed to happen. But what ended up happening is that my program just works. Like, what? That's crazy. So, if I gaff stage new here, correct, because it, yeah, because here. See, even this makes too much sense. It's too straightforward, reasonable, and I guess that's what programming in AutoHotkey for 1.5 years does to you. You're annoyed, I guess, when things are reasonable and they make sense. Really? No weird, strange bullshit for me to deal with? I see why I like configuring bullshit so much. Because in configuration, you'll come across a lot of strange stuff that is just dumb. When you program an actual program, it makes sense. Huh. Right, so what I want to do now... So stage and unstage already do the thing. I know, right? Like, goddamn. They already return a result of string or not. And here, we should also do the same thing. Result of string or string also. It's now stored on the stack. And I guess, no, not really. The reason why this entire thing is not an issue, let me explain a bit. So this is a static reference to a string. When you make a reference to something, it has to be a reference to something. Here we're not referencing anything, which is why we make it static, meaning it's referencing the program, I guess. So this variable will stay in memory until the end of your program. Have you tried to diminish the stream delay? It's more than 10 seconds in some cases. I'm surprised it's as fast as 10 seconds. It used to be 30. The way I would remove the stream delay is by using more of my CPU, which I cannot afford. I'm streaming in 30 FPS, so my laptop can survive, so I can't do any better than that. I would need, I guess, a better processor, maybe. Probably. Just ridiculous to think about. My processor has never really been my bottleneck. Maybe more RAM? I don't know. An actual computer is probably the actual solution. So, but if you make this thing a string instead, this is an owned value, and it will go out of scope once it's no longer used. So this is actually better, right? Except it's stored in the heap and it's technically slower if we're not changing it, and we're not going to. And this is faster because it's stored on the stack. And it's okay that we leak memory by keeping it infinitely, because once we come across it, we immediately end the program, so it's not an issue. Frames should not be the issue. They are. They super are. When I tried to stream in 60 FPS, it was too much on my system. So I changed to 30. That's why I stream in 30 FPS now, which sucks. It's not as good looking, but now I can, like, everything is smooth. I don't have to sit around and wait for VS Code to reply, for example. Right, so that's what we do now. And here we do this. Output is now a result. Let output oh, what am I doing? We go here, match. No, I mean, I meant load delay. They should only affect quality now. Okay, now I just can't read. Throughput? Output? What? I meant load delay. They should only affect quality. Well, even that, like when I tried for the first time, when I tried to have a lower delay, it was crazy. It was insane. Like my system could not take it. So no matter how you look at it, it's fucking ass. So if error, we discard it, we don't need it. We then return get status porcelain failed to run. Is this a Git repository? See, like a small hint, like this is what you're maybe doing wrong. It's nice, it's juicy. I swear I saw another message there and it disappeared. Might be going insane though. So we have okay and error. Okay, value, value. Boom. What? My bad. YSAQ B error. And by the way, I know that there is YSAQ F, and then we can type it there, but I like typing in my editor, not in an edit box. Especially since we end up here anyway. All I have to do is I. Like, very unnecessary. And I also get to not have autocompletion, so I don't know why YS blah 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 F is useful. Boom! So now, if status fails, that's okay, because we return that error. Otherwise, output. So here we can work with output, and this should indeed be an expect. We don't... Oh. Output is empty. Okay. Error. There are no get changes, let's call it that, in this directory. I think that's good. And then okay, yes. So okay output. Makes sense? I'm liking it more and more as I use it. I use capital Y as the subword key. I also changed D and C to be the lowercase equivalents. I see what you mean. But that go to the void register. Bro fixed it. Yeah, I see what you mean, but I use capital Y and capital D and capital C so often, and doing something like Y and then not even fucking $, but YG underscore, fuck that. Capital Y, though. So, ooh, I can use my new text object that I made in the beginning of the stream. I can vim. I should be able to vim, by all accounts. Why can I not vim? I should be able to vim. Really? I use them all the time. Vim. Vam? What? Why does it not work? VII. Okay. It should by all accounts work. Because I do remember it working. What? hold up. Huh. So it doesn't work for visual mode because it needs... Haha. Also my is G underscore. I see. My underscore, let me show you what it does. See the other highlighted bracket? I can go 3 lines up to the end. The same way that you can do $4 to go 3 lines down to the end. And that is a single motion, however, this isn't. That is 2 motions, so you can't use it with an operator, unfortunately. I am talking like Toading. I love that streamer so much. He's honestly an inspiration. So, unsurprising that I pick up his mannerisms. He's Russian too, which is crazy. I had a joke cooking, but it's too offensive. I'm not gonna say it. Interesting. I find the caret to be easier to press than underscore. Right, so, interesting. Text objects. Let me just essentially go here. We do... How do we do this? Let's do norm. We go here. Now I forget. Remap is true. Think like this is how you enable remaps. I'm not about to like whip out the actual commands that the plugin does. Whatever, honestly. And now it works. Brilliant. Well, it's not very helpful. Try to like highlight it, but it's all broken and shit. Right, so this is where I was getting at. It's pretty nice. We create a new command. If it couldn't run, we then say to the user, and that is we have yet to implement, then we say to the user, get status parser lane failed to run. Is this a Git repository? No, I mean that I have swapped them, because is strictly worse than... Really? Since is but that accepts a count. Huh. You're right. You're literally correct. You're literally correct. Holy shit. You're literally right. Right? Remaps. Features. Well. Yeah. Yeah, you're super correct. Thank you for pointing that out. Because I do remember reading the docs on this, but I guess I didn't fully consider it. So we can do something like 2. Oh, that's weird. I thought it would go up for some reason. When really, yeah, why would it? It should be in the NeoVim index. What is that? What do you mean? We reload first. 3. That's super convenient. That's GM and D. What? You are officially dumb and stupid. What is this? Sorry. It's line-wise now. I thought it would keep, like, character-wise. Well, something we can do is... no, we can't even do that. No, we can. DV... Oh, I see. What if we... D2V... I see. Gotcha. So there is a solution. Pretty simple one. So in operator pending mode, it will be v that, because there's no like reason, there's no, it's not helpful to like d and this and deletes the current line, like that's just dd, and then d to this deletes two lines. Well, dj, you know, yeah. Dude continues. Yeah, so in normal mode, so we have normal mode, operator pending mode. So pretty much everywhere I want it to behave like this, except operator pending mode. No, hold up. Except normal mode, where I don't want that. So in normal mode, I don't want to switch to visual mode, obviously. In all the other modes, like in visual, I want it to be character-wise. Gotcha. So in reality, this is for operating mode. And then YSAQ, capital B, we jump, and for visual mode, so what modes are there even? We have normal mode, visual mode, insert mode, obviously not, operator, pending mode. And we have command line mode, which is essentially insert. So yeah, here we go. Save, reload, and reload here too. So now works correctly. We D this works correctly. Actually, where we were, D, cool. So yeah, nice. Hold up. Interesting. DV. Haha. So this is very hyper specific. I made a video on this, by the way. Usually, when you add v after an operator, you toggle either inclusivity or character-wise versus line-wise. What I do somewhat often is dvb, for example, and you can notice there I deleted the e. Let's go back to e and do db again. E is not deleted. The only difference here is that I press dvb. The video I'm talking about that I made on this is called Make DB Better. So what I'm trying to do here is dv and the start of the line to delete p as well, which I can't do anymore. And I find that to be a very important feature. And let's try, like, let's v this. Hold up. v2 this. How is that, like, how is that useful? How is that useful? Like, I'm trying to understand. How is that useful? D2. I see. So we can change to. That's pretty big, actually. It's pretty big. Say we want to join these lines and immediately start doing something with them. So maybe here we're like, oh, actually something something. So we just C2 this. And maybe, like, you know, the idea. Yeah, I do think that it's more useful than toggling inclusivity. I would rather be able to, but it's okay. I can just press L. Yeah, that's helpful. It's a weird way to do it, but T2 I mean, I could just do this, but or maybe I can do this and then change to. Isn't that cool? Yeah, that's convenient. Do we have the same thing but the other way around? Not really. In terms of like, I don't have it or don't know it. So something like what we're doing right now, but up. Because my motion is actually two motions. It's a certain amount of, well, it's a number plus k plus $. There's two motions. I can't d this, does nothing. So if there's a built-in Vim way of doing this, that would be amazing. And the thing is, I use something like $3 all the time. Wait, hold up. What happens if I D plus? Ah, it's line-wise. What if I DV plus? Interesting. What was the example? CV plus. Huh. I can understand forgetting that, but I made myself get used to it, like trained pretty much. So whenever I want to delete backwards, I always ask myself a question pretty much. Do I need to include this current character that I'm on? It's difficult to get used to because it's stupid that it's not the default. It's both stupid and smart in a very way. So yeah. Basically, this behavior I can do with CV plus. And that is something that I can just do. And the count is reasonable here. Rather than having to understand that to go once down, I have to this. This, like, I use it with $sign because there's not a better solution, not because it's reasonable. And since I have plus to maybe do something like C plus, well, CV plus, I don't need this mapping. It's unnecessary. Yeah, there's a built-in better option of doing this, turns out. I just never really needed that type of motion, I guess. Because usually what I do is GK, or G capital J. To do that, because I lose a comma. Pretty annoying. G capital J, I don't. But maybe if I specifically want to lose this comma, I can strategically do this. And fail. That's on me, that's super on me though. My X is GE. And my X is GE. Oh. Huh. That's pretty fucking nice. I use X a lot though. Like a lot. DX does nothing. So I can do some like, it's also uncomfortable to press if I'm being real. That is such a good idea. Well, yeah, but now for a different purpose. Huh. X going to the end of the last word is so useful. It's so incredibly useful. Because G capital E is so uncomfortable to press. Fuck. I might just do that. Because GE, I do it, but it's like uncomfortable, you know? Being able to spam it is actually huge. Okay, so first of all, before we get to that, do I ever want to... No, I do not want plus to be line-wise in operator pending mode, because I would just use this. Okay, so map for operator pending mode, map O, we map plus Started to think the visual-oriented system of Cocoon and Helix might be too interesting. It's interesting. It's just that the environment around Vim is so developed that even if, like, they are better, they are not everywhere, and they're not as mature. If they were, I'd jump to them even if they were worse. Right, of course, stouting. Of course. How could you forget? What a terrible miss. Oh, yeah. Okay, what do you suggest? Right, X. It's gonna take some time to get used to. I don't like this, but technically it's very comfortable to press. Just, I don't like it ideologically. Yeah. I don't like it ideologically because we're not deleting to any direction, we're deleting the current character. So what I really want is a text object for the current character. Yeah. Multi-cursor selection from Helix. But we also have that. I guess it's better there, I imagine. Yeah, I know, but they feel wrong because like when I press DL, what I'm doing is deleting once to the right. And that's not what I'm actually doing. I'm deleting the character that's under my cursor. Which is why I like X so much, because it represents that idea very clearly. But fuck it, I'll get used to it. You know? YOLO. Because your idea is way too good. Wait, no, not GE. X is GE, and just I've been looking for a way to implement GE in a better way. Control X. Yeah. Somewhere. Are you talking about this? Or do you mean like, oh, you could use Control X to remove a single character? In which case, say that again. You can press a whole ass modifier, which is Control, probably the most difficult one to press, yeah, to delete a single character. That too. Do I? Yeah, I used to remap them. I don't anymore. But yeah, it's very silly to make such a small operation feel so big. I use plus and minus. Yeah, that makes actually incredible sense. That makes incredible sense. But I do use them as motions. Sometimes I remember to do something like 3 plus. I'm pretty bad at actually using them, but I try to get better. Because instead of 3J and then doing this, kind of silly, and it's 2 motions, being able to boom, it's a good practice. Right, so I can do this, and oh, I fucked up. X. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. So now every time I overgo, I can just X. That's great. I have my modifiers on my home row, so they aren't hard to hit. Wait, how? How do I have them in your home row? What? How? Cool keyboard or something? Right, fucking... I specifically started a Rust programming session so I wouldn't get into, like, oh, maybe I should, like, change my config a billion times. But X is a good idea. And his music is kind of good too. So let's look at dot files overall. Go to dot files. What do we have here? So we have remaps, text objects, and key bindings. Show me the git def. He forgot to use spider for X and X. I didn't forget because I removed spider recently on the stream titled "Making Spider.neovim Better," possibly. Spoiler: I didn't. The huge issue with Spider is that it doesn't support Russian. I tried implementing support, didn't work. I no longer use Spider. So we have this, we have that, so that is already 2 commits. That needs to be remembered. Okay. So what do we have here? We have this, and first of all, text object. Yes. Fix text object. We could just disable it on buffers with Russian characters. Well, then it's inconsistent. First of all, I have to figure out a way for it to consistently check whether a whole file has at least one single Russian character. Already sounds ridiculous. And then, if there so happens to be a Russian character, boom, the behavior that I expect is no longer working how I expect it to go. Annoying the hell out of me. That is such a silly idea, come on. Like, consistency matters the most, because I can get used to the silly way NeoVim works, and I guess I've been using it for a while. It's not great in terms of like work jumps, but at least it's consistent. I understand how it works more or less. But if sometimes it's better than that, and sometimes it's not, it's just not worth it. Right. Fix vim text object in visual mode. Now what? In remaps. Yes, in remaps. motions are character wise and smart. Why am I putting jokes in my commits? I shouldn't. I guess true, but is it not possible for it to just use the default behavior with that alphabet? Let me process that. No, I doubt it. Or I guess if it could, I don't know how to implement it. And I'm not about to start an issue and start arguing for Russian. You know, like how politically sus that sounds. Yeah. Because with consistency, I can, at the very least, get used to the dumb thing and become really good at it. So something like that I do pretty often is change to W to account for the stupidity that Spider fixes. So I can get used to it if I need to. Right, so X is GE and X is GE. That is so nice. That is such a good suggestion. Wow. However, yeah, now I have to do this. Which is okay, like, I'll get used to it. It's alright. Right, so coming back to this, it's not helpful. It's so not helpful to, like, show something. Yeah. So we try to run git status porcelain, and if that failed, it's probably because it's not a git repository. Git directory, git repository. Is this directory a git repository? Hold up, no. Is this directory a git repository? Boom. Right? And if it didn't fail, that means it is. We have this guarantee now. And then this should still expect, because if it somehow couldn't convert the std out to a string, that's just strange, unsure what the fuck is with that. Expect, just unwrap, panic, whatever. Then, fuck, I love this. This new, I love this new text option that I made. It's so nice. And then I can even, so nice. Right, so, boom, boom, boom. Then, if it did return output, but it's an empty string, that means that there's no changes. So what are you trying to do? You can even low-key replace running get status with just using gaf, because it will tell you the status of the directory. Otherwise, if there were changes, boom, everything is fine. There's an error somewhere here. Right, okay. So let's start at the top. Still works. Okay, so that means that we can make new return an error possibly. That is now going to be a reference to a static string. Not in a Git repository. Also, it should support work tree path and don't care. Don't care. Like, whatever. I so don't care about that. I have never once used it. Fucking CD into it and do it this way. Maybe, like, super later. I'll implement it. Or maybe someone who has the energy will PR it later once we like do everything. Because it's like, whatever. Like, I'm not even smartly opening my API. So I'm writing GAF as an interactive application so far. I'm not really looking at all the directions right now. There's still a lot of steps until it's like a good program. What if you use a base repo? You literally can't access them without those arguments. By base repo, do you mean like of your distro? In that case, why are you fucking staging files? Dummy. Don't stage files. Staging files is bad. You should not stage files ever. What? What is that? I have no clue what that is. What is that? So result, we either give a self or I'm dancing right now, or we do this string. Oh, I used X. I pressed X. Didn't think so. So either. Well, hold up. Huh. That's very interesting. Through get status. When we call get status, basically you don't have a set work tree, and a Git directory is named differently from Git. Honestly, if you have that, it's your problem. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Be normal. Basically, you don't have a set work tree, and the Git directory is named differently. Yeah, like, what? You shouldn't do that. My simple solution, what are you doing? Stop. That's silly. That's straight up goo goo gaga behavior. That's weird. Don't. So basically my thing of are all empty, unrequired, literally unrequired, because get status, if it's an empty string or an empty line, no, an empty string, then it already returns us a string that we can then use. It's necessary for actually passable .file management. I use symlinks. I just keep the originals in my .files directory and make symlinks to the places where they're expected, and for push-only repos. Yeah, symlinks. Basically, that is new to me. I have never used it or heard about it, and I don't particularly care about it. I'm at the stage where I have a million projects. So what I'm focused on the most is making the programs that I specifically need, that I used to have another hotkey. Not necessarily on making them the best possible, because while I do want clout to get a job, I just need projects for myself first. Then I may come back to them and make them like better, support more things, so on. Or accept pull requests, because apparently people are too kind and like they make pull requests to other repositories, which I'm like so surprised by. Like I mean, like, really? Wouldn't you have a better thing to do? I'm surprised. Symlinks are hell. Each time they always break. They don't for me. What works? Oh, I guess like keeping the originals and then yeah. I've been doing that for a long time. I quite like it. So basically, the only way our get status struct can be all 0 is if there are 0 lines, so 0 matches. We don't need to check for RL 0 because that's automatically done by get status. So if it returns nothing, then yeah. However, we should probably still keep it, because if that somehow happens, we can still make sure of it. Get status porcelain wasn't empty, but I meant working on it later. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Basically, I'm not really the type of person, at least not yet, to start making a program and then go way too deep into it and like implement everything for it and like spend all of my time and focus on this one program. No, not really. I just make it to the point of how I like it, make it good enough and slightly better for my needs, and then go on to the next program that I also need. And let me show you how many I do. So I want a counter, a very simple program, just haven't gotten to making. A program that remembers symbols, unsure exactly how it's going to work, but yeah. Finish GAF, what we're doing right now. Finish Alien Temple, Telegram bot. I also need Alien Temple, but for music. And there's some other thing I forget. I think you should check to see if get is in path either way. Well, we kinda do it already. By this entire thing, or rather this entire thing. Because if we can't go get, then failed to run. Many times I've just forgot to have path. Be okay. Just having the bin, the binary. So like I see what you mean. We first like check if get is in the path. That's reasonable, I'll add it. Check if get is in the path first. Yeah, that's reasonable. But that's later. Right. First of all, this. get status returns error messages. Then here, get status parseLane wasn't empty. Wasn't empty, but the get status model struct, I'll say literally, is. Now this should never ever happen, and I would usually just use an expect, or I guess panic in this case, because by all accounts this shouldn't be possible. Get status is either an empty string or something, meaning that yeah, it's like it's either an empty string, which would have been caught already, or it's at least one line, in which case it would work. So this is an error that wouldn't happen. It's an error that I only really need when debugging, so it is silly still. It's silly like string. It's a silly string. Yeah. No, I don't think I want this. Let's dim and DSI. Yeah. It's helpful when debugging. It's not useful to a user. You know? Yeah. Cool. So we return some stats. Parse status should return that, which is why we went to get status, so it returns the correct thing. Okay. And it does. It returns. Who are you? Sure, I'll talk to you. Yeah. So this returns the correct things. That's great. Now we make this option into a result. And we do that to indicate that this, the other side, is an error. Instead of sum, we do okay. And instead of sum, we do okay. And can you guess what? Instead of sum, we do error message ePrint line m. Hold up. Let me cook. And instead of sum, okay, value. We just value. Boom. So let's cover and copy -f from here, target release, and what would be here? Base name pwd into prog binaries. Boom. Now where we yeah. Boom, here we go. There are no git changes in this directory. Interesting. So git add something. Ooh, that's interesting. So the command ran, it just had an error. Hmm. Hmm. And many times I just forgot to have path. Yeah, okay, that's the same. I feel like sometimes chat just kind of jumps weirdly, which makes me notice it and then repeat the last message. Okay. Um, right. Uh, yeah, so basically, the idea of the next thing, this is an error. Um, this is not the error of the get status command running. It's the error of the shell, basically saying to you, I couldn't run this command at all. What we then have to do is check out what happens after you ran the command. So, if we ran the command and it failed, rather than we failed to run the command, very important distinction, then we should give this error message. And this should be something different. So let's yank inside quote and change inside quote. Actually, if you change inside quote, you already put it in your register. Yeah, I disabled it because I found it pretty fucking annoying. So I would rather do it this way. Right, so couldn't run get. Because here we essentially say, is it installed and in the path, to give like a possible solution. Hold up, let me cook. Boom. Right? So this whole thing, not to that extent. Oh, that's silly. Right, so this whole thing, fuck, Visual Mode is not great for showing things off, is we tried to run this command at all. We could not, maybe on this command, on this line. We could not. We couldn't run get at all. Like, do you even have it? And then I was gonna go eat, and I really should, but I'm so fucking excited. Let me first look at how long I've been streaming. I've gotten better. Usually, if I streamed this long, my voice would be like crying for help. But now I've been streaming for 3.5 hours, and I can still go on in terms of speech. That is so helpful. That is so nice. So, and I've been pretty actively speaking with energy and so on. So I'm pretty happy about it. Right. So, the fuck is happening out there? What I'm gonna do is return an error message if status is incorrect. So if not output status now, I imagine, no, not this. Exit status. Oh, that's just the exit status. Oh, I see. So I thought it was a boolean for some reason. Is exit status success? How the fuck do we do this shit? What's going on now? True. Oh, why? Let's change to, it's almost what I wanted. Status. How do we check for status? Is status, oh, I thought it was a function. Well, hold up there, Buster. I think I use it somewhere. Something something status. I guess not here. Not in Clorange. Maybe Octocy? Wait, what am I doing? Just go to Rust. We are there. And we RG status. And we look at it. Let's ignore gaff, because if I had it, I would use it. It's not in Octocy, doesn't seem like. It's an Octocy, so all this. Let's open this file in new of him and look at it. Wait. Hold up. Yeah, that's not it. Hold up. I'm gonna come back in like a minute. Right. So basically, no, I do not have an example. I thought I did. Let's try to figure it out. Or rather, what is the type of it? It's the process output, which has, okay, let's just boom, then Rust, boom. Interesting that it opened here. Okay, this is the process output. Gotcha. So if status is exit status. What now? Can I check for success? What fucking argument do you expect? Okay, fine. I'll fucking read it. Like, how do I check? Is it yes? The output of a finished process returned in the results. I think. Wait, hold up. Like, please help me out there. Like, what? Expected. Interesting. Oh, what? I see. So we just go to no. We go to QSU, change side E. We can't. Oh wait, C %. There are so many different options. How do I check if status is yes or no? Like, as simple as that. You know? Success. If there's success, there should be failure, right? No, it expects. Huh. Exit status. Ah, I see. So, right? Here we go. That is such an obvious way to do it. That's so dumb. That's so stupid. Okay, actually makes sense. Now I, like, move the pieces around in terms of understanding how it's coded. In terms of how it's coded, this is the solution that makes the most sense. But from the API usage perspective, it's, come on, like, what is this? This is Java? Blah. So if success, or rather if not success, we return error and now I had something a long time ago now. Failed to run. Is it? Yes. That. Okay, so git status porcelain failed to run. Couldn't run git. Is it installed and in the path? Git status porcelain failed to run. Is this directory a git directory? So if we can run git, but once we do, we get an error, it's probably because it's not a git directory, right? I guess not necessarily. Necessarily, actually, yeah, necessarily. This isn't a git directory. So if the command doesn't exist, pretty much, couldn't run git, is installed in the path. Two possible solutions. This is not a git directory. Then this is not given to the user. Well, kinda, but it's never gonna happen, or at least it's expected to never happen. Then, if the output is empty, there are no git changes in this directory. Goodbye! Evening, actually. I'm gonna fall asleep in like 2 hours max. So I'm surprised I've been streaming for so long. Right, so, that, let's start from the top again. So, we get status, get new. If there is an error somewhere, we print it and return failure. Otherwise, we continue on. Why can there be a failure? Because parse status may fail. Why can parse status fail? I should probably move parse status into the implementation block. Yeah. Move parse status into impl block. So, why can parse status fail? Because get status may fail. I think that's the only place it can. Why can get status fail? 1. You don't have git installed, or it isn't in your path. 2. The current directory is not a git directory. 3. That is not supposed to happen. 4. There are no changes in this directory. So, via this, we kinda guarantee, we pretty much guarantee that you get a filled out, at least to some extent, get status model into main. If there are any errors, we print them. Cool, and then we continue on with stuff that works. Well, we get their result, and if it doesn't work, for reasons, we do the same thing, and basically, why can stage and unstage not work? So we have a guarantee that at least not everything is empty, but we can still pretty easily pass something that is empty. So maybe we have modifications, but we don't have deletions, and we try to stage deletions. This is what this line is checking for, and then it says you have no enemies, and this we can pretty easily, like, we know for sure that we can run git because we did so prior. And we also checked whether it's a git directory. If git status worked, then git add will also work, which is why we expect instead. So we do the thing, and boom. The only possible pain point, or other failure point, being this, which is said to the user, and this is the same thing. So yeah, what did I change? I changed this. Separate out 2 errors. Yes, so gamp separate git and get status errors, get exist and get call. Good enough. Boom. And that's all that I'm going to do in this project for today. The other thing that we're going to do is remove expects from Git functions. Didn't we do that? We did do that. Check if Git is in the path first. Yes, so we're going to do that ourselves. Wait, hold up. What will that imply? That will imply that we look... That's probably a better way. Okay, so I'll check it out. I'll figure it out once I do. Move parse status into input block. Pretty simple. Gonna do that later. Then the thing that I will do is write readme and publish. Not gonna publish it yet. It technically already works. Yeah, like it's working. It's just not finished in terms of beautifying the project, you know. So let's cover and do this entire thing. Like Toading says, let's compile this entire thing, or something similar. He says entire, that I remember. Right, so let's build for release and just bloop. And it blooped correctly. Yeah, so let's GSA and can go to something like 3. Oh, so many. Well, it's not really a good showcase, but git stage new, which in this specific case is the same as git add dot, to be fair. Ooh, and it doesn't work. How interesting. That's a good question. What happens? Yeah. What happens if we git add every single thing? Well, not in this way. We add emojis. Well, like what if we add every single file? Okay. Hold up, space first. 3, 5, 7, 9, B, D, so goat, fire, then butter. Fuck. So after fire we have butter, F, then D, after L we have F, F. So what happens now? So it works. Interesting. Huh. Why did stage new not work then? And it reported nothing, which is the strangest part. Let's go to scripts. Gaff add modified stage. It's just straight up stopped working. What? That's wild. Right, so it's not specifically new, it just stopped working. It compiles, which is the strangest part. Huh. I don't know. Maybe this. Yeah, the thing is, it used to work. Yeah, why does it silently? We don't see any errors, and we're supposed to. So, well, hold up. They aren't all 0. Please, they're not supposed to be. Let's debug stats at this point. Let's cargo build and target debug yp and stage modified. We have unstaged modifications. And nothing happens. So the issue is on the staging part. So this is okay. Is empty. I do have files. This doesn't work. Let's try looking at that. Yes, stage modified. Args git add this and this. By all accounts, this should be fine. What? Wait, hold up. Why does it say git twice? Is it supposed to? Git add, huh. Are there spaces? No. So it's not a spaces issue. Because the wildest thing about it is that the error code is fine. Just kind of doesn't run the command. Huh. I'm so confused. We know that we have the files, let's just, to be sure, debug, like, do we pass the files? Well, okay. And it used to work. So we do have files, like always. The command is correct too. What's up with this then? And it doesn't run expect, so huh. So it runs it, supposedly. What? Why is this the case? I have no clue. Yeah, we passed the correct thing. So we stage new. We do indeed pass new. And we just figured out that yes, we have all the correct files and the command is correct too. Which is the weirdest part. What? What? Okay, well, we did stage modified there. Unstaged modifications. Yes, correct. They're not all empty, because we the thing that we do after, yes, so we get the get status. Let what debug what. Like, how, what? You know, I'm so incredibly confused. Yeah. Wait. Huh. Hold up. Hold up. What's the actual get stat? Ha ha ha. That's why. That fucking sucks. At least I figured it out. Okay. Okay, we can go on, at least. Reject. I should be eating right now, but too exciting. Too exciting. So test string, and let's have our regex. Where is it? So let's yank inside quotes. Where are we? So down and to right. Boop. That's so interesting. So anything but a... Right, but what if we rename and then modify my big file install fish, I don't know, shell. What happens now is basically my question. Another file. Yeah, that sucks. There is a way to basically, if you matched this, match this also. And that is what I'm looking for. Meta sequences. I thought it worked. Like the character group and then not, and you... It actually may work, to be fair. No, it doesn't. Wow. I distinctly remember using it. Named capturing group. Yes, those should be capturing. And then those. Inline modifiers. Okay. Localized. Okay. Conditional. Here we go. If capturing group 1 returned a match, the pattern before the alternate is matched. Otherwise, the pattern after the alternate is matched. Okay, so this is the fourth group now. And the fourth. If 4, then yes, otherwise no, really? Because it like doesn't want to, I guess. How the fuck do we do this? because what is essentially happening... Okay. So no, that is not what I'm looking for. Look ahead condition. Alright, I remember asking ChatGPT about this and laughing at it because I thought it was wrong. It was correct, actually. All this time, that's crazy. Not here, I guess. Maybe here. Yes. By all accounts, I should eat, but God, I want to solve this so much. Positive look ahead. So that until that. So we positive look ahead. That does shit all. Shit all. Oh, we might have to place it inside. And here we go. Almost. And that is required. Oh. No. Not quite. How do we... Can be matched here without consuming characters. That's not really what I want. Ah, here we go. Here we go. That it will not match. So everything, and make sure it's not this. We end there. Then a non-capturing group of this, which doesn't work. Okay, so anything except not this anything except this whole thing. Then if we can, we match it, and then anything else. However, it doesn't seem to be stopped. Positive look behind ensures that the and then they have fixed width. have this input and this regex in Rust. What? And this regex in Rust. Let's actually give it the more clean one. Right now it doesn't support white space and in paths. What I want is of the third capturing group is essentially match anything except please do something. I beg of you. I used to be a regex queen and I wrote my fucking extension, or rather I rewrote another extension. So non-capturing group, which is not this. How interesting. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. Well, let's just copy it all. To match anything that doesn't include this, you can use a look ahead assertion in your regex. The look ahead assertion how interesting. We should not actually. Okay. No way! No way! Oh my god, thank you, ChatGPT. And more realistically, thank you, Vieira. One day I'll be able to pronounce it, because, yeah, I wouldn't have this shit without this kind soul. Holy shit, wow, it just works. So let's, like, I know I'm super hungry, but let's try to understand how this works. So we create a non-capturing group. What do we do that? So looking at this, I immediately became more animated. So this is a single symbol. We create a non-capturing group because we need to specify a character that is not preceded, I guess. Yeah, sure. That is not preceded by this single thing, which is multiple characters. And then we take all of this, and this is why it's in a non-capturing group. We take all this to take as many of it as we need. I think I want this. I do. This is group 4. Yeah, so group 3, group 4, so everything works like it is, like it needs to still. Yeah, so now my thing supports white space and dashes, which I thought it did, but turns out I was wrong about that. And yeah, god damn, why do I always like discover this type of like the more difficult stuff once I'm like starting to end, you know? Okay, so in theory, if I cover and then do this, and then I can gav stage modified, parse error, look around, including no. That sucks. So in theory, it would be like the thing. Just not a Rust, I guess. Regex is so annoying. Like, why isn't there a way to match anything except this? Isn't that simple? Oh, I didn't consider that. That I did not consider. Or a new line is actually super big. Yeah! Yeah, it is! So, this I'm aware of. Basically, lazy or non-greedy thing. I'm aware of it. And I tried to use it, but it didn't work, and I couldn't quite figure out why. And I guess the issue is that it had a thing here, and it stops working. I didn't consider that I could or end of the line. That is smart. Thank you, ChatGPT, and once again, thank you, Vieira, because that makes sense. I'm learning something. Like, sure, I want my thing to work, but I also want to learn from it. That's like the whole reason I started learning Rust and stuff. It's so I can learn to be better. What's strange is interesting. It didn't recognize it. Didn't recognize it. By all accounts, it should have. Hold up. So it didn't recognize .files dependent. Right, yeah. Where is the what? By the way, let's git reset. Interesting. So the issue is in the parser. Couldn't figure it out. Strange. Let's try to change the regex engine. VCRE. Rust! Yes, actually. That's interesting because it's supposed to work. I didn't know that you can just set like works in Rust, for example. Yeah, so end of the line. Oh, right. That's how I did it. Okay. I keep having these moments, then changing it, and then wait, why doesn't it work? It's so silly. And now, gap stage modified. Now it recognizes that one, but not. What? That's crazy. So it used to recognize the install, but not the this. How interesting. So let's look at it. So when we get status, let's get reset and get status. It now recognizes what's going on. I'm almost finishing my program gap, and I'm like, I suck at regex, apparently. Trying to make the regex work. So, get status, it recognizes this, but stops recognizing this, which is strange, which is super strange. So until I guess, yeah, not global. So this is what happens. This ends up being group 4. So and then maybe that or a new line. That or a new line, and it's like confused. Yeah, imagine like, and for most of the time I've been working on this. So we lazy get that. Oh, that's the issue. So we get either this or a new line, and then we continue for some odd reason. So we take this, if it's there, I see. So I know. So let's go to quantifiers, meta sequences. Right. So I think I know. So either this and then that, or a new line. You know? Well, doesn't quite work exactly how I expected. That, which still has a new line. Well, why am I grabbing only new lines now? Oh, because, yeah. Let's make this a capturing group, because it's supposed to be capturing. So either this. I see. So let's this or a new line. Where do I put the or new line? Let's try to do it a bit of an easier way. In the regex, there's no M flag. So how do I write it with like accounting that? Please give me an easy working solution that makes sense. Fucking regex is the bane of all existences. Right, you'd think it worked, but it doesn't, I think. Actually, that might be true. Let's see. Well, no. Yeah, regex is one hell of a thing. So basically, I want that we capture everything except this, and if we see this, we also capture this. Since is optional, what ends up happening is that we just grabs everything until the end of the line. What I want is grab everything except this, and if you do come across it, also grab everything else until the end of the line. ChatGPT on Discord. Yeah, it's a certain thing that I got, yeah, because of a very kind person. So now I have access to ChatGPT from Russia. Yeah, which fucking sucks. Yeah, thought so. So our solution is just going to be using regex once we come across R. So instead of regex, what I'm gonna do is have an iterator go through characters. If the first one is R, well, holy shit, now we need regex. Fuck yeah, that's gonna be simpler. Regex is so annoying because more often than not, if you do it in 2 steps, now it's simple. If you try to do everything, it's hard as shit. Okay, so that's gonna be a thing for later. Parse with an iterator, and if you reach R, you use regex. Right? Yeah, something like that. Regardless, I should be like going to eat and stuff. Since the last time I checked, I streamed another hour since that point. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm super hungry. Thank you everyone for watching. Yeah, guff. I might or might not stream the remaining, like, fixing rejects. I don't know. Yeah. Goodbye. Bye.